Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Mr. Keith, etc. All right, guys. Actually, I had some other things I had to do this morning, so I don't have a very big list of what I was following. Deutsche Bank, though, Deutsche Bank is definitely maybe the next one, like Credit Suisse. Deutsche Bank is just, look at this drop here, 7%, huge float. Social media frenzy takes aim at Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank shares are trading lower. The bank's credit default swap spiked, which has highlighted concerns over the European financial sector. So there is Deutsche Bank, DB. Dr. MA, DRMA. Again, I don't have too much in the pre-market. DRMA, just looking here, I mean, there's only three that are over 10%. In other words, normally, I mean, this would be a lot more full. And even here, let's see now, we're in for a rocky, yeah, even here, we only have two that are down more than 10%. So not a lot of huge activity in the pre-market of the ones that I'm scanning for. Anyway, Dr. MA up 19%. Don't see any specific news other than, well, it's maintained a buy at maximum at $4, but they've cut the price to 4 from 16. So yeah, it remains a buy, but they used to have it as a 16. So not exactly a shining endorsement. AMPX from yesterday, AMPX from yesterday. Not a big move, 4%, but it is an earnings play now, and had a nice move yesterday, of course, ahead of earnings. Is that the high of yesterday? I believe now $8. Yeah, it's right at the high of yesterday. PYXS, PYXS, PYXS. And this is up because, I don't know. I mean, yesterday they had a, let's see, target maintained with a $14 price target by, are you kidding me, Credit Suisse? All right. Hard to take anything they're saying right now seriously, but anyway. That was yesterday's news for PYXS. This one, this NIR, I have not been able to bring it up on any scanner of mine, NIR. I originally thought is because in my pre-market actives up, one of the filters I have is the change from the close, but I took that out. Of course, it wasn't trading yesterday, so there was no change from the close. And I took it out though, and I can't bring NIR up. But you said draw D? Said that you were able to bring it up from a trade idea scan. Interesting. But you can tell this was a SPAC. Yes, I guess it was Inca, turned into NIR today. You can always tell because when it's trading brand new in the pre-market, you know that it is a SPAC that became something else as in NIR, an alert window. I guess it's because I still have, you must not have any references to previous closes in that alert, in that alert window then. Still don't know why it's not showing up in a top list though. KC from yesterday, guys. I think this is now an earnings play. Is KC an earnings play right now? No, not yet. So again, big day yesterday. Had a nice run. China stock over yesterday's high. And note, yesterday's big hit was note, but dropping. I'm just looking to see if they did a financing. No, no financing. Just selling off. I guess profit taking. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to try something here. I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window, and maybe, oops, I'm going to get rid of the close. RBLX, guys, RBLX is firing here. RBLX. I'm hearing it right here in my gap ups. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm also then going to see, okay, so that volume is fine. And now I'm also going to set the record count. I'm going to make it like 500. No, still can't get it. Well, I guess it makes sense because it doesn't know what's up. I guess, I don't know. It has no reference, no reference. So it cannot, I guess you can only bring this up in it, yeah, in an alert window. And every time it makes a new high, because there's just no reference for it in a top list. And I'm talking about NIR. But just out of curiosity, is anybody able to bring up NIR in a top list window? I can see how it can be done in an alert window, but not in a top list window. Any news on this one? Excuse me, RBLX. Yesterday's Morgan Stanley target, what? Oh, underweight and a target of 26. That was yesterday. That was Morgan Stanley yesterday, slamming down RBLX. But that was yesterday. Well, BANL, we can tell if it's a SPAC conversion. Yeah. Well, yes, no. I guess it traded yesterday. IPO buzz, bunker fuel company. So 3.3 million shares, $4 a share. So it's all right. But it started trading yesterday, so it's a little bit above that price now. Put an alert. Yeah, stick an alert. The high yesterday was 454. Could take it out. That looks like it was an IPO. Yeah, John and others. Yes, definitely an IPO, not a SPAC conversion. User error. Well, I recognize you from our YouTube room. So where can you find it? Well, if you're looking for mine, if you're looking for the pre-market actives up and down, if you go to my homepage, if you go to my homepage and click on the link, click on my homepage link, and scroll down, until you see the scan section right here. And there they are. I'm sorry, right here they are. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Now we do have a pre-markets channel also, but this is what I've been using. I sort of customized it. My not too many filters really in place here, but that's what I've been using. Pre-market axis up and down. These two top lists. That's what I focus on in the pre-market. Not too exciting today. Yeah, that's the question. Can I get NIR and a top list under any condition? I because I took everything out. I had a 500 record count. I had a minimum of 10,000 shares traded, $1 minimum. That was it. I wasn't sorting on relative volume. Shady, you're saying yes, so you've obviously been able to do it. Okay. All right, guys, let me just go check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Wow. Analysts are taking a break. Hardly any of either. Some holiday I don't know about. Hearing AMPX on the move here, guys. Yeah, through 8 now. AMPX through 8. Okay, so I've got some of the upgrades and downgrades in. I put them in our Discord room, put them in our main room now. All right, let me check to see what you did. Maybe it was my sorting or something. So you're sorting by the volume. Okay, I did not sort by volume, but that shouldn't matter. Let me just expand the list. You're sorting on the volume today. Okay, I don't know. That shouldn't matter, but interesting. Well, thank you, Shady. Interesting. I mean, I've got the gap. I've got the open is or the 2% or 3% above the close here, but I took that out. Interesting though. Okay, maybe it's my sort. All right, I want to make sure I do have a price alert set for this one, this BANL. I'm going to set a price alert for 5. Yeah, put a price alert for 5 on the BANL. And let's see if this is one of those crazy ones today. What was Netflix doing today? Somebody was talking about Disney and Netflix. Still don't understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to see any news on because somebody mentioned something to do with Disney streaming and Netflix. Just trying to, I can't see anything. Not saying it didn't happen, but unless they're talking about some of the Apple series eventually making its way to Netflix. So, but oh, it was Apple and Netflix. I thought somebody said it was Disney. Okay, Apple. Okay, well, even so. So maybe some of the Apple series or movies eventually making it to Netflix. I mean, I don't know if that's happened in the past. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. Again, this is one of the quietest, and I all I can do is look at the change from the close. We only have 4 that are over 10% in the actives up, and only 2 that are down over 10% and the actives down. So this is a very, even though the market is in for we're in for a little bit of a gap down in the market. There's not a lot of excitement right now, anyway, that I can see. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Should all be down. So what you're seeing here, so this is these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in red, it means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And so when you just take a quick look at the rest of the sectors, look at look at financials. Often see that 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. So there is not one positive sector, as which is normal when you see the SPY is down 2.7. And let's take a quick look at some of them to see how they're faring compared to their 200-day moving average. A couple of them were close. I think materials. Let's take a look at materials, XLB. Yeah, same thing. Look what happened yesterday. Materials, again, if you can see my on the daily chart for XLB, that green line is the 200-day moving average. So you can see the day before it poked above, but it closed below. Yesterday, it tried to poke above again, but again, it closed below. I mean, the only 3 that I know of the majors are Communications, XLC should be above. Of course, it should be way up, with Netflix leading the charge yesterday. Yeah, so there's communications, XLC, and tech, XLK, above, way above. The other one was industrials, XLI, industrials, but, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, I think, was another one that was close. It's close 2 days ago. And then discretionary, XLY. So the bottom line is there are only two of the major sectors that are above the 200-day moving average, communications and technology. The rest of them are below. Well, you just got to wait for the market to open, user. I mean, a weak stock could get weaker, when it opens, but just have to wait for the market to open. There are no earnings plays that I can really see. I mean, we've got ear. Real mentioned ear. When I looked at it, there was no volume. Excuse me. So there's an earnings play, ear, small one. Again, minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area. That's what minus 0.25 means. Another one, ADMA, another cheap one, released after hours. IMPL released this morning. The 0.25 means this morning. Again, these are really cheap ones. Curve released yesterday after hours. That looks like that's about it. And on the downside, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Well, that's what you should do then. Look for the pre-market gappers on a day like today, where the market is obviously look like we're going to have a weak open. Anything that is gapped up is going to be suspect. Well, again, anything that gapped up is suspect. Is a possible short opportunity on a day, and where the market is going to start off weak anyway. So, I mean, here are the ones that have gapped up, but there's not a big list. Not a big list today. But if you're asking, well, will Dr. MA appear on a short, some kind of a short list? No. But we've seen this many, many times. These really cheap ones, they gap up on news. Now, first of all, Dr. MA for me is not shortable for me. It depends on your broker, of course, but Dr. MA is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, as an example. Well, it's nothing to really do with the platform, though, in this case, user. It's a matter of, okay, things that have gapped up on a day where the market looks like it's certainly going to open weak. Those are suspect to fading. But then also a stock that is weak if it has news. I mean, look at coin and SQ yesterday. I mean, obviously devastating news yesterday for SQ, or on that Hindenburg report. Huge gap down, had to pop up. So really, I mean, the play really was in the pre-market if you had, if you trade the pre-market at all. I mean, that obviously was the huge move. But coin also, gave you an opportunity because of the news. But again, you have to be careful, because just because the news was bad, look what coin did. Eventually it started to move higher. So the bottom line is you just don't know. You can look at news and thinking this is the worst news possible, And this has to keep going down. And all of a sudden, you get people somewhere deciding, you know what, I'm going to bottom fish this. And of course, the banks. I mean, you've got to keep an eye on the banks probably all day. I mean, just to see. Deutsche Bank is the one that right now. I mean, that's a big gap down for Deutsche Bank. I mean, a lot of people were wondering would Deutsche Bank follow Credit Suisse. Now it's had a little bit of a pop up here from the lows, 855 to 9. Another one, it's mentioned before, RBLX. So what do you think? I mean, right now, RBLX looks like it's coming into a pretty big resistance area around 45 when you look at a daily chart. Now, does that mean it's going to absolutely not get through 45? No. But when you look at a chart like this and you see all this action right around 45, and it's getting closer, certainly, in my opinion, one to watch. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So I will miss, for instance, if this just, got up to 45 and crashed, I probably wouldn't be in it because even though I'm talking about it, just because I'm just don't like trading in the first 15. I just find things are just a little too whippy. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one other than Morgan Stanley slamming it yesterday with a target of 26. What time was that? So that was in the morning. So this has to have had a pretty decent recovery, ARKK. Not really. Not really. I would have thought it just because tech stocks were, but I guess we think that she's just all into tech stocks, but I mean, a lot of it has to be, but not the tech stocks in XLK. Less than a minute. Okay. Thank you, William. Yeah. Wow. In fact, we're open. Took me by surprise. Okay, guys. So we are open now. I might have to. What's happening here is that nothing is meeting the filter requirements. On a day where the market is gapped down a bit, that can happen. So I may have to put in the other one for a while. There we go. At least we're getting one. Okay. AI. Yeah, let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. So I took in the simulator a short of DB in the simulator in the pre-market. I wanted to do that because I get the question every now and then, can you use Brokerage Plus or the simulator in the pre-market? Yes, you can, but just like any other broker, you cannot go in at the market. You have to have a limit order. Whoa, look at wall, guys. Wall, 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 wall. Underneath 30 now. Now, Dr. MA is on the move. Dr. MA is on the move. ETNB on the move. ETNB from yesterday. There's a big one yesterday. Continuation today. Look at this. ETNB is in the float. 44 million in the float. I know this looks really weird right now, guys, because this is the only stock right now that meets the filter requirements. Look at WAL just and another FRC taking out 12. FRC taking out 12 briefly anyway. And the low of 4 days ago was 1152. TRKA from our YouTube room. Take a look at TRKA. Yeah, you're on your own on those. I don't trade stocks that are typically under $1. But yeah, I mean it's up 27%, 27 million shares. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one, but it's a high. Look at that short float percent, 82%. So it might be one of those Reddit squeezes, but I just don't trade these. Where to find trusted TI filter reviews? Are you talking about third-party reviews of trade ideas? Because that I don't know. Stay disciplined if you're asking for that. And long positions, we've got swing traders in this room and we have swing traders that have ideas, and they're not swing trading. I mean, I don't know how to help. I'm not a swing trader, so I think swing trading in this environment pretty difficult. But I mean, we've got a couple of channels that they are swing picks. You can take a look at them, but I'm not sure I understand your question. Where to find trusted TI filter reviews? I don't know if you're talking about a third-party review of trade ideas. I don't know. But if you're looking for swing ideas, but again, in this environment, but Doc Channel Bar and we've got the Trader Eye and Swing Picks. You can take a look at them, okay? Well, there's Ampex, guys. Ampex, what a beauty. That's a beauty on earnings now. I mean, this might have been anticipation yesterday of decent earnings, but look at AX. This is not shortable for me. I'm looking at this potential, but if you look left on the weekly chart, 825. So the next high on the weekly chart, 955. So I mean, this has got some legs perhaps. It's not shortable for me. I was actually looking at a potential short. Now, as much as it pains me to mention this one, GME guys, keep an eye on this one. The reason is I read this little interesting news. This is at 6:30. This hit at 6:32 in Interactive Brokers. Some of you probably have heard of Whitney Tilson. Has dropped this meme stock from his Dirty Dozen list. I have to tip my hat to management. I'm not saying this is an overwhelming endorsement, but it's no longer a good short, so I'm removing it from my Dirty Dozen. So I'm sure that's getting some play. This person has certainly made a name for himself. Okay, guys, let's see. How's that Roblox doing? Yeah, well, there's the fade. See, I just can't, but I mean, that's a nice big fade. So, I mean, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, we talked about 45, maybe it being a block, and there it was. So when you talk about filter, you're talking about scans. Okay, so stay disciplined. I guess it's just semantics. You're talking about scans. Not really. I mean, everybody has their own ideas, of course. I mean, I like I like my ideas. Um, But no, if you're there's some website somewhere where, you know, these scans have been tested and tried and true, et cetera. No. I mean, I like my 10-day daily breakout, but these are all day trading. This is not long term. Okay, not long term. I mean, some of them can be long term. I mean, look at ETNB. If because ETNB showed up on my 10-day daily breakout yesterday. So if you had seen that as an example, you might have looked at that, going, that's not bad. Maybe it's got some room. So maybe if you have, if you don't mind holdings stocks in this environment, maybe you could have held that one, I suppose, as an example. But no, there's no YouTube room or area where you're going to be able to say, okay, we're fine. Here are four strategies that work. The problem is that even some strategy or idea that may work this week may not work next week without some tweaking, as an example. Okay, so as JM says, scans are a continuous work in progress. Now, having said that, I have kept this scan basically the same for a long, long time. One of the reasons is that I want to see the alerts I get from them. I don't get too many alerts, either in the breakdown or the breakout. So, if I back tested this strategy, it probably wouldn't look good. But I don't care. I want to see the alerts from them. I don't back test at all. But I want to see the alerts. And again, I'm not inundated with, hundreds of alerts in this window. So I don't mind, clicking on it and seeing what's happening, checking out the daily, the weekly. Is there room? Yeah, no, I think GME is pushing because of that little article. I really believe it. I haven't seen this person for a long time mentioned, but certainly Whitney Tilson is a known commodity in the investment business. So Be more helpful there, stay disciplined. I'd love to be able to say, yeah, just go here and, these are solid. I mean, remember what the program is called? Trade ideas. Yeah, the 10-day daily breakout and down. I mean, look at this. I'm just not an early trader, so I would never take this. Okay, 1767, but got up to 1803. It's probably pulled back now. Yeah, it's pulled right back. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. But later on, this could start to rock again. But yes, this is on my homepage, 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. There are two versions. There's a don't repeat of both. What that means is this is the first time the alert happened at 9:30. The price was 1767. In this right beside it, this will show you every time it made a new high. You can kind of I like to click on this and then you can see, okay, what did it do from there, from that very first alert? But that is on my homepage, yes. All right, guys. Yeah, so Stephen or Steph, you really have to have your own plan, right? I mean, whether I'm not a huge pullback player, but looking to me for advice on something like this, I mean, the only thing I can say is that it's at the VWAP 225. So when it popped through the VWAP, maybe, but it's early though. It's still early. That first 15 minutes, a lot of things can happen. All right, how is AI doing? AI, another one, there we go. I mean, a nice little pop up to 26 and then back down to 25. These are pretty big moves on a percentage basis that can take part in the first 15 minutes. I just don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. But I'm not trying to tell anybody to do the same as me. There are a lot of people who think that's crazy. That's where, I mean, of course, that's where all the action is, of course. And if you can find the right ones consistently, great. There's another one, AUPH, it popped up. Yeah, okay, that's not a huge pullback, but B Bio guys. Now this is an interesting one. Look at this one on the daily chart. The next low looks like it's down here at 1079. B Bio. Now you're chasing it, but any news on this one? Starts starts dosing. Well, that was yesterday's news. But look at B Bio. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, lots of shorts, 1.5 million. Oh, weak, weak, weak. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. Didn't really trade much, I guess. Had a big pop after hours. But of course, the attraction in this one is look left. I mean, there is no support until 1079. Well, I shouldn't, there could be some support, maybe some pivots and things like that. But when I look left on the daily chart, the next low is 1087, 1079. So the key is what is it going to do at 12? The pretty big float, 105 million in the float. Okay, so this is more like an ETF, guys. Well, not more like it is. BNKU showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Duo on the move, DUO on the move. Now that's a low float. China stock, low float, taking out the highs of 2 days ago, and well, yesterday and 2 days ago. Will continue. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. What sort of room does it have? The next high in the weekly chart is around 2. So I guess it's got a little room to 2, until it sees that next high. Wow, look at ETNB now. Holy smokes. Look how whippy that was. $18 popped up down to 16.70 now. ETNB. Okay, ZURA. You guys have been talking about oh, now it's on the way down. Okay. Look at that BANL. It can't be over 5 because I have a price alert set at 5. All right. Well, GME now giving it up. GME now giving it up. Up to 23.34. Dropped now a dollar, about a dollar. Oh, to keep it going. Well, Steph, let's see now. I've been doing this since October of 2015. This format. So we're not quite 8 years in. So I don't think we'll be stopping anytime soon. Okay, guys, let's see now. And this is the other one that was crazy yesterday. That's the SPAC, DHHC. All right, let's check the volume of this NIR. This is starting to trade as NIR today. It was Inca yesterday, the SPAC Inca yesterday, INKA, turned into NIR. You can see the pre-market. I am going to stick an alert at 18. Now, this is highly, highly, highly risky, but I'm just going to stick an alert at 1872, which is the market high. Pre-market high is way up here at 22. And let's just see if it does something crazy later. Oh, we haven't seen the wheat fund for a while. WEAT. We used to see that quite a bit. Unfortunately, during the invasion of Ukraine, with wheat prices going pretty crazy. We haven't seen this one. I haven't seen this one for a while. WEAT. All right, for you coiners, excuse me, coin is making maybe a bit of a move here over 65. Still down for the day, but making a move here. 70.50 was the high of yesterday. Well, this is an ugly sell-off for this ETNB. Ah, here we go. So they actually did a financing, but that was announced in the pre-market, so it didn't really affect the. What is the price? Priced at 16.25. Well, I wish I'd seen that. But it's interesting because that was announced in the pre-market, and then the market opened and it ripped higher, like it shrugged it off. But there it is. So it's a financing. They raised a lot of money, 275 million at 16.25. So let's see if 16.25 holds it. I will stick a price alert around 16.30 and let's see if it holds it and bounces off. Did you post that, Casa? I'm sorry if I missed it. Okay. So right now the market is just not doing too much. It's just kind of chopping around a little bit here, not doing too much. Nas is down a little, Dow's down more, SPY's down. And my alerts have completely dried up. Not getting any new alerts right now. Well, AI had a couple of pullbacks, some topping tails and bottoming tails, but some rippage now. The next high looking left is 2661, 2661. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers now anyway. I think the shorts have dried up on it or been taken. That's at Interactive Brokers. When you mentioned HRTX, I did see that was an earnings play. It is a real cheap one. HRTX. Yeah, on the way down. All-time low. Yeah, all-time low now for HRTX. Lots of shares available, 751,000 at Interactive Brokers right now. So this is an all-time low. This is interesting. Underneath that whole number of two. All right, guys, I haven't done this for a while. We'll take a look at the sectors now in a different way, though. Change from the open now. Now remember, change from the close, looking at it 15 minutes before the market opened, virtually every sector was down, especially the energy sector. Now we're going to look at the change from the open. And I'm sure we're going to see a difference. Yeah, so right off the bat, remember now, virtually every sector was down. And XLE, as an example, 100% of the stocks were down from the close of yesterday. So look what's happened since the open, though. Two-thirds of them are above the open. Okay, now retail has not recovered. Technology, minor, 50% now. Materials, 50%. Financials, yeah. But the big move is energy. I mean, that went from being every single stock was 100% down from yesterday's close, but from its opening trade, these stocks are 71% of them are above the open. Okay, they could still be below yesterday's close, but they're above today's open. Look at FRC, guys. I mean, these are getting a little more difficult to play, but FRC is having a nice bounce off 12. So we'll look at this later on. Look at energy. I mean, look now, 81% of them are above their opening trade. Doesn't mean they're ripping higher or anything, but they're above the opening trade. Remember Ampex at the very beginning of the day? How wonderful it looked. And then that first 15 minutes got up to 844, closed down here at 787, and now fading. And this again is not shortable for me, as I pointed out earlier. Too bad. So yeah, while Roblox had a nice big pullback, look at the next candle. Just wiped out that pullback. So if you took that short, yeah, you would have had to. Yeah, I mean, it was worked out well for a while, and hopefully you covered. Yeah, I didn't get too excited about this BNKU. I know it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it's just tied into the bank, so it's not. I mean, it's not a stock. I'd much rather, I'd rather see a stock that can trade more or less on its own and not be so tied into the sector. All right, guys, the ETNB approaching that 1625. That 1625 is their financing price. I mean, let's see if it holds and it bounces off it, or it could go the other way, of course, because if it goes the other way, there's a lot of room underneath 1360. But it's hard for me to believe that it wouldn't go down. I refuse to believe it'll go down to 1360. 1625 is their financing. They raised a lot of money, $275 million, able to take advantage. I mean, this stock was a $10 stock 3 days ago. So they're able to take advantage of a big pop and do a financing at 1625 rather than down here at 10. ESRT, another one that's close to a lifetime low, guys. ESRT, the Realty Trust. Somebody mentioned Silver Gate earlier. I mean, it's amazing they're still even, well, I know they're around, but well, let's take a look. I mean, is there a trade here? SI, what's the next high looking left? 178, is that right? 146. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're on your own on this one. I mean, it's just some bottom fissures at work here. Certainly nothing fundamental that is any change with SI. So just some bottom fissures at work here. Unless I can't see any news on it. Very, very slow day for me right now. And I gauge that by the number of alerts I get in my momentum scans. Okay. And hardly any. And normally that would be somewhat full by now. What was the other one that it wasn't match? It was another one that popped up yesterday. Same sector. There was another one that popped up yesterday, same sector. It wasn't Tinder, but yeah, well, Tinder or somebody raising their prices. I get that, but it wasn't Tinder. It was something else. Bumble. That's the one. BMBL. Thank you. All right, guys. Now I'll start to pay. Now that we've had, now still not a lot of data though. I'll be paying a lot more attention to the VWAP as we get more and more data. Ooh, okay, guys. 1625, a key level for this ETNB to try to hold. That's the financing price? ETNB? It's crazy that it popped, had an initial surge all the way up to 18, and that financing was known. It's not like this, it was sprung right here at 9:30. Well, Silvergate is on the move. It is on the move. Moving higher on rumor suggesting a crypto exchange is trying to buy Silvergate's trade processing technology. So that must have been that rumor must have started right around here at the $1 mark, popping it to 130 and now moving it further. But again, rumor. That's a rumor for SI. Now this is shortable for me. This is shortable for me. You know what? Maybe keep an eye on E-Man, guys. E-Man after that huge run in a couple of days, especially yesterday with a big bottoming tail, probably a lot of profit taking, etc. But the buyers did close it here and basically flat right now. EMAN is flat right now, but who knows? Maybe it'll resume its activities. Got up to 230. Well, I saw. I mean, on that rumor definitely taking effect here for SI. Well, that NIR, I think I have an alert set at 18, I think. Yeah, excuse me, high of the day, high of the market hours, pre-market high is up here. And you never know, out of nowhere, this is the first day it's trading as NIR. The spread has tightened up somewhat, 1547, just widened. But I'm not looking to take this. The only way I'll take this or look at it is if it takes up the high of the day, and that might get it running. That is not a recommendation. It's just what I'm looking at. Look at coin, guys. I did mention coin earlier. Coin is having a mini surge here. It's actually gone positive now. Coin has gone positive now. Meanwhile, SI continues penny by penny by penny, inching its way up. SI. This is going to turn into a delicious seriously. I mean, this is just a rumor. Looks like $1.78 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for SI. $1.78, and then after that, 216. 27 million in the 27 million in the float, so it's not crazy high. It's not crazy low. Well, here's another one, guys. NNDM. We haven't seen this one for a while. NNDM coming into the 200-day moving average, 276. So that's a problem. Now, how you can learn PS is I'll talk about areas that I think could be of interest, and if it meets your trading plan. If you don't have a trading plan, you have to get one. You have to have a trading style. And so I'll talk about areas of interest, and then yeah, if I take a trade, I'll be telling you I'm in a trade, but I'm not going, I have a different type of a trading style, and it's not everybody's it's not meant to be in this room that I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell. For instance, I look at NDM. So the first thing I looked at, I said, wow, okay, nice. But coming into the 200-day moving average, 275, prevents me from taking this trade as an example. Okay. Those are the sort of things that I think you might start to pick up on. Like, why? Well, what's so important about the 200-day moving average? Well, it's one of those things that, it's sort of universally watched and can easily block a stock from moving higher. Okay, not 100% of the time, of course. I've already said with the NIR, but I don't want to say something like, listen, NIR, this is highly risky. I've said I put an alert up here at 1865. If it takes out the high of the day, number one, I want to know about it. Doesn't absolutely mean that I take the trade, but I do want to know about it. And if I kind of like, and could go very fast. If I like the way it's trading, I could take the trade. But so I'm just pointing out an opportunity. But if you're a beginner, I wouldn't do this. I mean, because it's so risky. Yeah, I mean, the only indicators I'm aware of, or obviously I'm aware of all the indicators, but the only ones I pay attention to, the 200-day moving average, and more and more and more and more the VWAP. Okay, and this whole concept of the anchored VWAP. But it takes a while. We're only at 45 minutes in. It can take an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of data for me to get very excited about the VWAP. And to be honest, I've seen I've seen great setups in the afternoon when there's even more data. So look at Deutsche Bank as an example. Deutsche Bank, DB, sitting right on the VWAP, I bet. 894, yeah, right on the VWAP. Will it take it out? Yeah, but this is a massive float, 1.95 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. I mean, that's down a lot for that float, 7%. That's a massive move with that float. I got my book yesterday, Tom. I'm where am I? I'm at probably the section I'm most interested in, the pullbacks. Yeah, chapter 7, buy pullbacks and breakouts. I'll certainly finish it this weekend. And Ryan Shannon's book, Anchored VWAP, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. And what I should do also, I forget to do it, but Brian we'll be doing a webinar with Brian, a Trade Ideas webinar with Brian. You can sign up for it. It's on March the 30th. And this is going to be the best one we've ever had. You know, he's a tremendously well-known person out there in the community. Very engaging speaker. So even if you can't attend it live, if you sign up for it, you'll be sent the transcript, okay, you send an email with the recording, okay. So even if you cannot attend live, and I don't know him at all. I've never talked to him. I've seen some of his YouTube videos, but he seems very engaging. He's not a braggart or anything like that. My way is the only way. No, no, no. JP Morgan analyst on Deutsche Bank. We are not concerned today about counterparty liquidity issues. Okay, so they must have a bunch of people who've got who are long that stock. If we want to be a skeptic, look at SI guys. I mean, it is still penny by penny. Boy. All right, guys, I've taken a testing short on this one. SI right around that 174 mark, 173 mark. I want to see if it I may get stopped out almost immediately, but and again, that's not a recommendation to do the same thing. And this might be just kind of a little scalping thing for me because, it's still strong. The rumors out there. I'm talking about SI. Yeah, I got that big short float percent. So yeah, I've got to be careful. So right now, I mean, if it gets back up to 175, I'll just cover for no gain. Have a nice weekend, Steph. We'll see you Monday. Okay, let's take a look at something else here. ESRT, was that shortable for me? ESRT. Hmm. Underneath the VWAP, 555. Underneath the VWAP, almost a lifetime low, and that is for ESRT. Down goes GME. So far that Whitney Tilson. I don't want to call it a recommendation, but certainly that article helped it initially, but looks like the short sellers are just piling back in it. All right, guys, basically took myself out of the SI, a couple of pennies gained. I will look at it again, though. I will definitely look at it again. To me, it's like running out of steam. Well, the banks are starting to move, though. That KRE is it's holding, and WAL is on the move here. WAL is on the move, but it's been, look at the bottoming tail way down here, 29.26. Yeah, look at KRE. I might put KRE back up here. I know I've had it in place of the SPY most of the week. Just take a look at what the regional banks are doing. KRE. Okay, well, there's that side down again. It's a big move for the banks, guys. Big move here. It really hasn't had been green all day. I mean, since that's the 9:30 candle. I've got some bottoming tails, which is the sellers tried to knock it down, but every time the buyers have closed it higher as we speak. That we're almost an hour in. Are you talking about the stock composite rating, Tank? That filter, the TI strength? Yeah, I just can't get too into it. It's just definitely is a niche for those of you who are. I should look at it just to see what it looks like, but oh, so are you looking in Market Explorer, Tank, or you're not looking at this TI strength here? I don't see AI in here, but you're looking at the Market Explorer? Oh, okay. Okay. AFRM guys, AFRM is on the move here. Look at this. Look at these banks. That's pretty impressive. That's an impressive move so far. As I say, an hour straight up for KRE. Well, guys, it doesn't look like NIR is going to do it today. But you know what? Have that alert set. Maybe on Monday. Maybe on Monday it rips. But it doesn't look like it's going to do it today. I should put the SPY up to see is it tracking KRE? Sort of. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I don't. Okay, stay disciplined. Yeah, I don't. Wish we got rid of the designations of the AI. We used to have the Neo and two others. Can't even remember the names. Speaking of the AI, let's take a look. So SCHL, yeah, I had a pretty decent day yesterday. Take a look and see what it's looking at as a short here. SCHL. It's an earnings play. Didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. SCHL probably had no volume. I mean, it's trading 363,000 shares. Now you can see that it does not trade very much. because that's 23 times normal. So 364,000 shares represents 23 times normal. SI guys on the way down again. SI on the way down again. NAAS, okay, NAAS. Take a look at that one. I don't see that one anywhere. Another China stock. I know why. The volume is a little light, but yeah, I don't think I've seen this one ever. NAAS. So this would have shown up in my momentum. This will show up in the momentum scan, except my minimum volume, I think is 300K. So at 245, 254, it's not showing up here. Not a bad call. It's not going crazy. I want to see if it really, really gives it up though for the SI. VACC guys, VACC is now see, look at this. Here's classic. Why I would not take this? Look left on that daily chart. It is ugly. Could be a lot of, to me, but it is an earnings play, March 24th. So it did release earnings in the pre-market. No real big reaction. But when you look left, I mean, to me, there's just so much resistance. You look on the weekly chart, you see all these little highs between the current price and 320. I mean, if it can somehow power through all of that, then it's got some room. But to me, it's just a lot of resistance. No, it's just shortable. VACC not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. To me, this is like a prime short. I mean, it's going to me, it'll struggle to get through three. Now there is a red bar ignored there. I'll give it that, but I just find that it's just got too much and 34 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. But no shorts available for me at VACC. All right, now look at the red bar. Oops, I'm going to get back to the KRE. Yeah, so now we got a red bar. So some of the regional banks are probably dropping, like WAL and FRC. Now, guys, if you're an SQ follower, this is a big level I think it's trying to take out. and that's at 60 level. Of course, it got hammered down by that Hindenburg report yesterday. And I'm just looking to see if they are. No, I see. So Kathy Wood, Kathy Wood bought the dip in both block and coin. Interesting. Just by the way, stay disciplined. What I would do with the AI, you're obviously a premium subscriber. What I would do with the AI is don't look at it from the channel perspective, okay? What I would do is click on new and then, whoops, click on new from our toolbar and then click on premium AI strategy trades window, okay? And when you do that, this is what you're going to see. I wouldn't worry, not worry, but concern yourself about what AI it's coming from. And then you can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to stare at a channel all day long. Okay, just incorporate this as part of your layout. And then Monday morning, when you open trade ideas, you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, of course, up to you. This is sort of interesting. This SCHL as a short. And so SQ is just under the VWAP also, 6007, just under the VWAP. Ooh, NIR is getting uglier and uglier. Hopefully nobody took that and held. NIR just getting uglier and uglier. All right, guys, I'm looking at Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank continues to just hold that VWAP. DB holding the VWAP. And there's the NAAS, guys. NAAS is still on the move here. Wow, what a move. Now see how it's showing up on the momentum scan because it's over 300,000 shares. So you might say, well, why don't you just reduce it, to 200,000 shares? Then you would have seen this earlier. You are absolutely right. However, I may see a lot of others that I don't want to see. There's always a fine line between, what values, well, number one, what filters you use, and then what values do you use for the filters? What minimum volume are you going to use? Things like that. So yes, I mean, for instance, in this one, could I see more alerts? Of course. But the filter that's blocking most of the alerts, potential alerts, is this current volume is at least 8. But that's the way I want it. I don't want to see very many. Now today, is more of a strange day. Usually I'll get, 4 or 5 of each one, the daily breakout and the breakdown. But it's just one of those days. Oh, I'm sure Cobra, I'm sure Centerpoint, I'm sure many, not many, but those two, I'm sure they have, and even Trade Zero probably has VACC shorts. Whoa, look at GME now. Wow, what a so that article briefly propped this stock up, but right back down. I mean right back down. Okay, now this one, interesting as a potential short. I've missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I should have got it around the 570 mark for the short on NAAS. And yes, I'm looking at anchored VWAPs and all that on another chart as we're getting more and more data coming in. Another indication about how slow the day is and not too many alerts is if you have Zach's bounce and topping plays, I only have one, literally one in the bounce, and that's it. So my only recommendation is do not trade out of boredom. Okay, do not trade out of boredom. You're sitting there thinking, man, I got to find something to trade. No, you don't. If you don't have your setup, something that you can trade according to your plan, don't trade out of boredom. Great way to chop up your account. Okay, guys, just watching the regional banks again. So what will this next candle be? Oh man, I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier, this NAAS. Looking at my anchored VWAP. Boy, it's looking good now. I mean, if you were able to see this one right at the top here around that 570 mark, and maybe the VWAP will be a magnet, 531, a bit of a magnet. NEM, well, that was the trade of the week, and I know it triggered, but I don't know if what was the trigger? 48.80 or so? 48.80. So it's almost back, but I don't think it's a trade that I don't know if it got stopped out. I don't know what the stop was. This trading room, Jason. Yes, this trading room. I always call it is not a chat room. I know that's why you put it in quotes, I guess, but all right, guys, 10:48. Quickly go over my homepage and the information that you will find on it. Whoa, SI guys, SI. Well, after that pullback, making a strong high. So this is getting more interesting to me. Again, maybe to reshort this as it approaches that two level. It's all rumor based right now. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. No, you won't see that. So you get the top here. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off your first month only or your entire year. Now, if you're sitting there as a current monthly subscriber and you'd like to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a 25% promo, okay? I'm not trying to convince anybody to do that, but just if you are sitting there thinking you wouldn't, you've had trade ideas for a few months, and you wouldn't mind getting an annual subscription. And the reason you do that, of course, is that it makes your per month charge less prorated. Otherwise, but if you don't know trade ideas, do not take out an annual to start. Just try us. You go standard premium on a monthly basis is 118, 228. You'll get that 15% discount off the first month only. Okay. And the difference between premium and standard, the main difference is the AI. Okay. And an AI is like a watch list, automatically generates symbols for you. How you trade them will be up to you. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Mandatory that you do the get started. Okay, it'll take you through your first download and install, your first startup and login, etc. And videos take you about 30 minutes to whoa, dog there. 30 minutes for those videos. Trading 101. Okay, trading 101. If you're new to trading, a good idea for you to take a look at this course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So I think this is it's a great free resource if you're brand new to trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for, free of course. Trade of the week, we just talked about that. It was NEM this week. It did trigger briefly on Monday, but that is free also. Education, big education section is here. We have a great user guide. Do not get hung up about how much there is in this user guide. It's like, most manuals, you don't have to learn everything. But here's that getting started. You should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. If I click on the stock racing, you will see we've got 4 videos completely explaining everything about stock racing and race startup, configure, and all that. These are all clickable. So lots of information about the stock racing. I'm going to go over this race in a bit. You see here, there's that getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so my buddy Andy will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy for his hour. And we have some more educate. There's the room here. More educational videos about trade ideas. And last, my scans. So here are my scans. So again, if you click on my link, you're saying, well, wait a minute, I can't see the scans. It's set to scroll down. And here are my scans. And so this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Now I'm only displaying one race right now, the large cappers. But if you want the other one that I used to display, it's a lot more volatile now, but it is still there. Here are the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. I mean, today, look at this, look at the day. There's not getting many. It's that sort of a day. And momentum. If you're looking for a little more action right now, I mean, here's the momentum scanner, and here's the flip of it. If you're looking for stocks on the downside. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage and then click on my homepage link and then use that code. And if you save my link, if you save my homepage link, which that means you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. And I do this little spiel a couple of times a day. This is a free room, so obviously we do use it to promote trade ideas. I try not to get too overbearing about it. Boy, this SI surprising me a little. But maybe this will just turn into a better short. Let me see this again. Where's the next high looking left? 216 is the next high looking left for SI. DB is right at the VWAP, I guess. Yeah, still at the VWAP, just holding and hugging it. You too, Kiri. It's always good to, yeah, bow out. And you're saying it's too choppy for you to trade? Well, bow out as you. That's the right thing to do. Okay, let me go over the races a little bit here, guys. So what you're seeing here, and I used to have 2 races up and running. The other race was a lot more volatile. Some might say more interesting. The problem with it is that, especially if you're new to trading, very exciting, but difficult to trade. I'm not saying these are easy to trade, but the whole concept of the races though is this. I mean, look how many stocks, hardly anything, and which makes sense, the market's down today. And so these are the only stocks that meet these filter requirements today. Usually it's full. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, I mean, this is the day we're in. I mean, it's certainly stocks moving higher. I mean, normally this list is full. Okay. So why are these stocks here? Well, the stock is between 10 and $50. 500,000 shares have traded. 2% up from the, yes. Sorry, guys. A little cheering on something I'm doing here. Okay. Um, Volume today is 500,000, up 2% from yesterday's close. That's the key. Not too many stocks are up like that. Market cap's at least 500 million, and stock float is at least 50 million shares. Okay. So again, normally this is a full list, but today it's that sort of a day. So what happens is, I mean, obviously a list like this would not be that hard to follow, but what if that list was, hundreds of stocks long? And some stock that's buried down here. Now, first of all, let me explain what a top list is used to be used for. I think you can still use a top list for this. Is you could rank stocks. So if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close or up the most from the open, etc., all I have to do is have that filter heading, and then I just click on it, double left click, and that'll sort them. So AI right now is 5.4% above the close of yesterday, etc. Uh, Change from the open. Oops. Change from the open. UPWK up 3.9% from the open. I mean, this is not a not a big day at all. But again, imagine if there was a stock down here that was all of a sudden starting to move. You'd never see it. So that's where the races come in. Again, this is when a race starts. So we're 3 minutes and or we're almost 30 seconds into this 4 minute race. So what happens, let me get rid of this. What happens is, again, imagine a much bigger list of stocks. The stock that has moved the most since the race started, in percentage wise, will start to appear at the top of the leaderboard. But that doesn't, just because a stock is at the top now doesn't mean it's going to remain there over the 4 minutes. So just like any other race, there will be jockeying for position to see who finishes on top. And at the end of the race, a winner is declared. And that's how this top 10 list is built over the course of the day. So what this is telling me is that AI one is in the top position and won 6 races. Roblox won 5 races, etc. Normally we'd have a top 10 list filled right now, but we don't even have 10 stocks in the list. So 50 million in the float, minimum of 50 million in the float. Okay. So you're not going to see stocks that are, super volatile. In the other race that I used to display, you would see moves of 10, 15%, not because I had a maximum float, but because I didn't have a float at all. You would see a lot of the really low float stocks in there. Very exciting, no question about it. But I was getting too many, realizing that a lot of new people, and while it looks wonderful to see a stock that's up 10 or 15%, you think, man, that's the one I want. Problem is it can drop 30% just like that. So if you're looking for stocks that are moving, this momentum scan is definitely going to give you that too, just not in race format. But you can still have that race. You want that race? It's still there on my homepage. So ideally, how you use this though, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. If you see something moving, just click on it, see what's happening. Look at IC. I mean, it's IC at 24.20. Yeah, you look at this and go, okay, it's pulled back a little bit. There's the VWAP at 24.14. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. Will that hold it and then pop off it? If that's your trading style, that's something you can take a look at. So just because a stock may not win another race all day because it doesn't finish first, doesn't mean you disregard it. And so the beauty of it really though is that it creates a top 10 list for you to follow all day long. So instead of flitting from stock to stock to stock to stock, it gives you a great focus of 10 stocks just to follow all day long, especially when you're starting out. Start looking at patterns. And in the guide, again, on my homepage, just click on the education section, go to the guide, and go to this TI stock, and you'll see all the explanation right there. I mean, you can create, of course, you can create your own race based on your top list and the parameters that you like. You might like a different price range, maybe a different volume, maybe you want other filters in there. So, every race starts off again from a top list. And once you've constructed your top list, if you want to do it that way, then you just right click and launch the real time stock race. So you can actually have a race based on only stocks you want to follow. You may have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. So you can create a list, attach it to your top list. And so your top list only looks at that watch list and then launch a race from it. And again, practice. This is this blue window that you see here. We call it Brokerage Plus, and you load it from here. Click on New Brokerage Plus, and this is a simulator. You can practice trading in the simulator. There's a couple of trades I think I took in the simulator. There's that GME. This was from yesterday. Entry at 23.81, 22.39 now. I took this in the pre-market. I wanted to show people how you can. People ask, good, it's a good question. I mean, can you use the simulator in the pre-market? And yes, but just like any other broker, you cannot go in. You have to go in at a limit price, at some price. You cannot go in at the market. That's all. So I took this short of DB at 907, or sorry, at 858. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And this is how you can practice swing trading also. Because if I don't exit, this GME was from yesterday. If I don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading in the simulator. And if I want to get out of it, these are very few hotkeys, but I mean, if you want to get out of a trade, you highlight the trade and you flatten it, or you can get it at half, or you can double your position. So practice trading. Vegas is it's just halted and resumed. All right, so this was a crazy, probably was a SPAC that turned into VGAS, and it got up to $21 back here about a month ago, February 23rd. Well, I see Real mentioned MVIS. Let's take a look at it. Probably it's probably extended or something. Yeah, so it's extended. Yeah, I mean, it came right into that high right there, 242, got up to what, 240? But does that mean you take the trade right now? First of all, well, where is a fib? Or the VWAP is at 226. So to me, the VWAP could hold it. Could hold it. Now, if it breaks down through the VWAP, that's a different story. So, yes, is it a potential short? Yes. But I would not be taking it yet because the VWAP could hold it. HKD now, all-time low. This crazy one, HKD all-time low. Actually 19,000, 14,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short HKD. But you got to be so careful in something like this because believe it or not, that hit $2,500. Man, remember that day, guys? When it hit $2,500, August the 1st? Ooh, NIO is an interesting one. Look left on the daily chart, 891. 807 is the next low looking left. So NIO's got some room on the way down here. NIO, N-I-O. Well, that SI, if you heard me when I was doing an explanation, I actually shorted this one again, but I got out. And this is so, I'm still looking at, well, 206, I think was the next high. 250, 206, 216 is the next high looking left. I keep thinking it's really going to fade. Hmm. Well, that rumor, and now traders are circulating it, a rumor that a crypto exchange is trying to buy the company's trade processing technologies. Boy, you got to be careful. I mean, it's happening. There's no question that traders are circulating, but it's a rumor. And we've seen that before. Buru, just got halted on the way up. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it's on the way up or the down. Yeah, Buru just got halted. Very, very low volume, 23,000. I have a 20,000 minimum in my halts resume, so it just snuck in. I'm not too interested in that one. Now, look, the volume could really start to pick up now that it's been halted. and traders will start looking at this. What's the next high looking left is 435. 435 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Meta new lows. I know you love the short meta. It's still over 200 though. Wow. Okay, so this is the dilemma right here. So that's BNKD is basically the flip of BNKU. Okay. So you want to short the bank stocks, and you can see what's happening right here. Then you're buy BNKD. This is the inverse. You want to go, okay, so you want to short the bank stocks. You can buy the BNKD. But you're so tied in. I don't like trading sectors. I like to find individual stocks that are not really caring what their sector is doing or what the market's doing to a certain extent. So what I'm saying is, I mean, if you said, okay, well, why not? It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. I'll just buy this. It seems to be pretty good. It's over 16. What's the next high looking left? 1668. That's not bad, but you're completely tied into this KRE. Okay, so the minute KRE starts moving down, maybe puts in a green candle. This will start. This trade will work against you. So I mean, if you're comfortable with that, that's fine. I just don't like to trade sectors. All right, guys. See, so you can see exactly what's happened here. Look at the BNKD. See the little red bar there, red candle there, corresponding to that green one right there on the KRE. Well, no question. SI is having a day. Amazing. Yeah, R and W, a little bit of room, not much. in my opinion. The next high looking left on the daily is 535. So I mean, if it went from 515 to 535, that'd be great. But so here's a good example of here's the don't repeat. Okay, so the don't repeat momentum up beside the repeatable version. So you can see right here, excuse me, the first alert we had for SI was at 10:08 at Eastern time. The price was 157. So you can click on SI, and what'll happen is you'll also see a blue arrow, always up, doesn't matter whether it's a short or a long, but it indicates the candle in which the alert happened. So I'm on a 15-minute chart here. If I had a 5-minute chart, it would show that 5-minute candle. If I had a 2-minute chart, it would show the 2-minute candle. So it's a great way to just go kind of back and say, okay, what happened from there? Here's your candle. And obviously here on this left-hand side is the repeating version. So every time SI made a new high, you're going to see it here. And this is the short version of the momentum up. This is the momentum down. And I'm not sharing this on my homepage, but what I like to do is show you one of the cool little features of trade ideas is the ability to kind of flip a strategy. So this is a strategy, excuse me, I hate to call it a strategy. Flip a scan that's moving up, flip it so that's moving down, okay, with similar filters without having to recreate the scan from scratch. So how do you do that? Let me just bring this out of the, oops. Okay, so I took this out, the momentum up. I took it out of this dock. Here's one FRGT just showing up right now. Okay, so let's just say you wanted to create the momentum down that would be very similar to this. In other words, the same price range, volume, etc. Well, instead of having to recreate it from scratch, what you can do is this. The first thing you do is you right click and you duplicate the window. Ah, where are you? Let me get this over here. Now you duplicate the window because you still want to see this, okay? You want to have this, so you duplicate the window and then you do this, right click. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the filters. So what can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by flipping? So obviously a new high for the day will be flipped to a new low for the day. Now you cannot flip a price range. You can't flip the current volume. You can't flip 300,000 shares. You can't flip these, but you can flip this. The price was up at least 2% from the previous close. Now you can flip that. It has to be down at least 2% from the previous close. Okay. I notice here we've got this thing called flip. So the minute I flip it, see how that's flipped. New low. So you could have other filters that could be flipped. Okay. So all we're doing, all this is a time saver. Okay. So instead of having to recreate a uh, a scan from scratch, that is basically the opposite of one, you can just flip it and then give it another name. Call it momentum down. Okay. And that is how I see these ones. All right. So FRGT, forget. What's this one doing? FRGT. This is one of the uglier 15-minute charts you're going to see, chopping up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. Um, yeah, it just doesn't interest me at all. It looks like to me between the current price and 210, looks like there's just too much resistance to me. Doesn't mean it could power right through it. Yeah, I missed this one. The last when we it got halted at 388, and actually when we looked at when I looked at this, it said basically 388. So there was no real inkling that this was going to happen, that it was going to pop all the way up to 440. If our GT is a reverse split, okay. And look where it got to. It got 435. What did it get to today? 440. So very close to that high. Looking left. No, and the other thing I did look at, no shorts available for me for BURU. Now, by your nickname, pollster, I mean you like PSNY. No, I don't trade it. Look at this. I mean, this is disaster. Just a absolute disaster. I've seen their cars. Their cars are pretty good looking, but I guess they're just no don't sell or something. I mean, this is just a disaster. Well, you can't turn the mic on, pollster. Imagine if we had everybody allowed to speak. It'd be the Tower of Babel. So no, I'm the only one. But you can post just like you're doing. All right, guys, 11:25. Well, I'm holding out for the afternoon. We get more and more data, the VWAP data coming in. Yeah, I saw in our one of our local malls, they had a pollster display in the within the mall. Yeah, it looked really nice. But if you believe what's happening with the share price, it obviously just doesn't. They haven't had a lot of sales or enough sales. All right, let's take a look at Beyond Meat, BYND from Real. Let's see, take a look. Mm-hmm. This is well, typically the charts don't lie, pollster. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so Beyond Meat is the top of my channel, also Real on a 5-minute chart. Well, I'm sure you can find all sorts of information on the internet about Pollster. about opinions about why this lied. I mean, it's just obvious. I mean, it's an expensive car. It has a niche, but they obviously haven't sold enough. What do I mean by sectors? So say the energy sector. Okay, doodle dum, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So say the energy sector, the banking sector, retail sector. Okay. Well, there are a lot of exchange trade. Yeah, no, I mean, there are some major sectors, XLE energy, XRT retail. I mean, you could say, I mean, they're sort of like exchange trading funds. I mean, it's a basket of stocks in there, but no, not no, as who's saying that? $1,400 next week, no sub-dollar stocks. Okay. There's a reason behind that, I guess. That is somebody in our YouTube room with a maybe the longest pseudonym I've seen. All right, real. Thanks for the heads up on the Beyond. I don't know where it's going, but I have shorted it, and thanks for the heads up on that one. I'm looking again on this other chart that I've got, and I've got probably a stop around 1643 or so. Actually, a little higher, maybe 1645 or so. Might be early. What? I always go short. You haven't been around enough then. If you are saying I short many, many times. I probably short more than I go long. Especially in the last, year or so, year and a half or so. Check out OXM. Okay. Oxford Industries. Yeah, that is, yeah, out of the price range I like, but I think I've really seen this one before. Earnings play. Sitting right at 100. Yeah, interesting. Sitting right at 100 underneath the VWAP and underneath the 200-day moving average. It's going to give it. little bit more on the beyond. I've actually struggled to trade beyond meat. I've traded it before, and I find it very, it doesn't believe in the indicators. I have struggled to trade it. But I'm going to give it just a little bit longer. Now I'm going to be on a break pretty soon, so SI, another high, guys. SI. Wow. Another high for SI. All right, guys, I just getting set maybe to exit my short beyond, just giving it another. I have a where my stop is. Yeah, I'm out now, guys. Yeah, I mean it's got a high short float percent. 40% is short. I'm just looking to see if it's showing up in one of those Reddit. Don't see it, but doesn't mean it's not. That's okay. Well, maybe short it higher then. But I have had a difficulty trading either, excuse me, beyond on the long side and the short side. But that's why you have a stop, guys. Have a stop. I actually got out a little bit before the stop. And look at, yeah, actually beyond me showing up here in the race. So at least now we finally have 10 stocks. Okay. So Tallow, Talo, let's take a look left. 1382, 1403. So again, to me, there's just too much resistance up to that 14 level. Now, if it can break through 14, that would be awesome because if it can break through 14, the next high looking left is almost 15, 1488. But, can it break through 14? Stratton, haven't seen you for a while. Okay, now Beyond is right back down again. Okay, guys, 11:37. I just want to confirm it's Andy, though I have a little note. It might be maybe telling me already. It is, yeah, he already answered me. So be Andy today, guys, in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. Actually, an AI alert for the SCHL on the show. Yeah, good one, actually. 32.46, 31.17 now. And I lost sight of it. It still has a little room too on the weekly chart anyway, 30.12. All right, Beyond Meat again underneath. Beyond Meat again. BYND. Second time lucky? I don't know. All right, recouped and a little bit, and I'm out for Beyond Meat, BYND, because I've got to take my break pretty soon. So I don't want to mess around with it anymore. But X Air guys, X Air showed up early in the momentum down beyond air. So we got Beyond Meat, we got Beyond Air. What's Beyond Air? What's the air substitute? So 578. Actually, what do they do? Why would they? Nitric oxide generator. Okay. So you can see exactly, look at the BNKD now, guys. That's why I didn't want to trade it. 1604, regional banks moving higher, this moving lower. Now we'll probably see the BNKU, which was a potential short moving, yes, moving higher. So don't like to trade them. Are you kidding me? Trade Zero doesn't have Beyond Meat shorts? Really? I'm super surprised. You're 100%? I mean, Trade Zero has got a reputation, of course, for having shorts, maybe not quite as robust as Centerpoint or Cobra, but that's what they base a lot of their reputation. And 443,000 interactive brokers, so it's interesting. Well, GME ain't dead. Look at this. Look at the pop off 22. And again, I don't know if it's that the article. Too bad. Like I say I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But the Beyond Meat now. down to into the 30s. Yeah, for me, the Beyond Meat real pointed it out, and for me, it was an anchored VWAP play. Okay, that's what the play was. It was also a well, it was a channel and also an anchored VWAP play. The thing about the anchored VWAP, as I'm reading more and more, of course, I mean, I kind of knew this before, but I mean, just reinforcing things, is that you don't have to wait for a VWAP break. I mean, look at the VWAP break for Beyond Meat is 16. Well, it depends where you put your anchored VWAP, but I mean, mine is way up here at 1664. So it gets you into the trades. It can get you into the trades a lot earlier, not having to wait for a VWAP break. And it's all in my book. I mean, Brian's book. Speaking of that, let me just put the webinar link in before I take off. All about anchored VWAPs, okay? Oh, 5 minute charts. I'm on a 5 minute charts, Jamie, for the anchored VWAP. But I look at Beyond Meat. I just don't like the way it trades. It doesn't. To me, it's just I've traded this before, not just today, of course, but I've traded this before, and I just find it doesn't want to respect the things that I want it to respect. So, any news on PHG? Now let's take a look at PHG. And the answer is something's going on. Yeah. I mean, this looks worse than it is. 16 down to 1570, but I mean, it's definitely. I mean, on the weekly chart, this is really starting to give it up. 1546. 1546 is the next low, and if it takes that out, 1463. So yeah, I mean, there's something happening. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, look at Beyond Me right back up again. I'm glad I got out of it. I just have history. It has some history with me. Yeah, I don't see any news on PHG. I mean, I had news yesterday about convening the annual general meeting, April 20. So they published that. That was at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So that can't be it. I'm sorry. I guess this is this morning, three in the morning Eastern time. I guess that came out. So I don't know. Maybe they don't like this. Jamie TradingView. Yeah, he calls himself Relax now, Stratton, RLX, because he's just in super relax mode now. That was him, yes. All right, here's another one just hitting, guys. I think this is one of those crazy ones. I think, yeah, this Warrior Met Coal, HCC, HCC. Nah, actually, it's not the one I was thinking of. HCC, I thought it was a super low floater, 51 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. HCC. So where could it go? Well, you can see the daily chart's got some stuff right around that 34.80 to 80, 34.70 to 34.80. To me, that's just a little too close to 34.30. Now, if it can get through that, but also I'm looking at a channel here. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers on this one. A little too late for me though, but HCC, the 200-day moving average 34.28, so it's sitting right at it. Luis, well, you're gonna have to. I mean, most of my scans are a minimum of 300,000 shares. Okay, um, but that'll be up to you. I mean, I don't. Somebody will say, no, you can't do that. It's got to be at least a million shares before you should short something. I can't. But I probably would have at least 300,000 shares. My minimum in the scans is 300,000, but that doesn't mean they'll be at 300,000. Here's Wario at 889. It just means the minimum has to be at least 300,000, but it could be way more. In this one, I think it's 500. I have 500,000 shares, but I don't, it's up to you. 500,000 shares. But some will say, oh, I won't trade anything unless it's a million shares. And that's fine too. Yeah, actually I didn't take a look at that integration of IB into, or sorry, TradingView into IB. I forgot to load it like that. Look at SI now, guys. Shoot, it's too bad. I think I missed the boat on it. Now it's finally giving up. But what will it do at the VWAP? 179 is the VWAP. Okay, guys, I am going to. Okay, so Andy is in a chat right now. He's telling me you'll make it right at the top of the hour. Okay, so right at noon, at noon. Yeah, at noon Eastern time. I live in these two worlds. Apax, AMPX, hopefully on the long side because I can't short it. Ah, yes, a little bit on the long side now. No, there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for AMPX. Um, Yeah, it's got room to the VWAP. 762 is the VWAP for Ampex, but I can't do anything now because I'll be taking my break. You're more than welcome, Tom. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Very, very. Look at KRE now, guys. Look at the banks. Look at the regional banks now. Wow. Well, so we had an hour straight up, but 45 minutes of a pullback, and now what time is it now? 11:54. So this has another, say, 6 minutes to close this candle, and this is a giant green candle for the regional banks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is again just pop the YouTube link in. Where am I? Where did I pop it? So I haven't popped the YouTube link in. So Andy will be there. He says right at the top of the hour. He's in a meeting right now, so he'll be there right at the top of the hour. He says, and here is the YouTube link. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just adjusting things on my other monitor. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will put myself on mute. Andy is not there yet, but I'll put myself on mute to get set for Andy to show up. I'll get the announcement in. I'm not on mute quite yet. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Wow, look at KRE. Oh, brother. What a what a beautiful run now for KRE. And this is almost the completion of this 15-minute candle. Let's see what is the SPY doing? Is the SPY and the SPY yeah, corresponding to a certain extent, but KRE is just on a mission right now, guys. So all these variations, FR, FRJ, FR, there's so many of these. I don't know what, well, they're all different, representing 1/40th of an inch interest in a share of 4.7%, etc. There are so many of these FR hyphens. No, there's actually a nice bounce for a PHG. I was actually looking at this. This says at the lower end, I had a anchored VWAP drawn on the lower end, and it just basically hugged it. EMLC should be very close to the VWAP, 2488. Yeah, there it is. I don't know what this is. Van Eck, JP Morgan, a lot of these crazy ones to trade. Ozark has at least $2. Yeah, there's Ozark, guys. OZK, regional bank, moving with KRE. You look left, it's got lots of room. But, when will this, again, you're going to trade these banks, you better absolutely have KRE as a thumbnail chart to keep an eye on it. Let's see how many stocks are in here now. See the difference, guys? What a difference a couple of hours makes. Remember when I first was showing you this? There were less than 10 stocks here. Look at them all now. I mean, it's and this, in a normal day, this would even be a bigger list, but look how many more are showing up now. Probably a lot of banks in here, maybe, but amazing, isn't it? At least I find it amazing. Well, Deutsche Bank is having a run. Hello, Andy. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute, guys, now. Andy is in the room.
Hey, Barry.
Go Zags!
What? Oh man,
What
crazy.
no kidding.
There's a
That was
couple of good
almost
games. Yeah.
almost the gagging Zags. Man.
I'm telling you, I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, that who was it? The Kansas State game was a really good one too, and Michigan
Oh
State.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a
Overtime,
good
yeah.
one. All right.
All right. How about this move in KRE? Just as I'm going to hand this off to you.
Yeah. I tell you,
Wow.
luckily I was shorting this morning, and scalping because you never know when somebody's going to grab them. I don't know what happened, but I was thinking somebody grabbed the mic. I
Oh,
bought this.
somebody grabbed the mic. Oh, I see.
Somebody, some Fed governor found a mic lying around and had to talk.
Right. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Anyway, I
Well,
love these
something
entries.
happened.
I picked up some Yum C right down off here off the 61.22 level, off that
Oh,
moving average. Yeah, I like to look for like moving average plays like that are oversold. Anyway.
Mr. That's the China stock, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the China,
Yeah.
KFC and Pizza Hut.
Oh, why?
Yeah,
Okay. Why?
yeah,
Why? I wanted
yeah.
to say wow, but KFC and Pizza Hut. I mean,
That
really? Or they? You mean that they're
no,
the franchise
they are.
holders?
They
Oh,
are.
okay.
They're the franchise holders. That's the I guess symbol for China. It's their
Okay.
ADR.
Cool.
But anyway, they're getting Americanized over there. I remember when I was working with a group of traders in Shenyang. Uh, we took them out one night for dinner, the dinner of their choice. Let me tell you, they had some incredible food over there, man. Some of the places I really love to go, hot pots and all this really
Oh
good
yeah,
vegetables.
I'll
And
bet.
so, but they got to choose wherever they wanted to go, and they picked Pizza Hut. And I'm like, oh man.
Oh, oh, that is funny.
Yep.
I have a brief story like that. So I used to when a previous job, I used to travel a lot. Work for a cable, well, in the cable business, and I had to go up to the Northwest Territories, which is really north in Canada. Okay, and Yellowknife is the capital of the Northwest Territories. And so I planned this visit up there, and obviously flying in, and said to the guy, my contact up there, okay, so we'll meet around 10 o'clock. And there was this big pause. And I mean, did I say something wrong? And he said, we're getting our first Tim Hortons on that day, and it's
Oh
opening at
wow.
10 o'clock. Now, you probably know Tim Hortons. I mean, maybe you've heard of it,
Yes.
Tim, but Dunkin' Donuts, okay? Like,
Yes. I
and
have
that
heard of
was
it.
the big deal in Yellowknife, and I'm going, okay, well, we can always adjust the time, or I can meet you at Tim Hortons. He said, no, there's going to be like a line of like 10,000 people probably in line
Oh wow.
to get into
Wow.
the first
Yeah.
Tim Hortons in Yellowknife. But
Yeah, that's the way. Like when they open an In and Out around here or a Chick-fil-A. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
you can't even get in them.
that's hilarious. All right, my friend,
All right.
I'll let you get back to trading. Okay,
Well, I'll get back to yeah, talking to the group here.
yeah,
I
exactly.
actually
Okay,
just sold half of that. I'm not looking for a big move. It's an ugly candle today. But
ugly
anyway,
candle, exactly.
yeah.
Okay,
All right,
now
Barry.
can you go to 1 o'clock
Oh
or?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Actually, if you
okay,
want to take a little more time, that's fine too. I got nothing going on.
okay,
All
okay.
right.
Thanks, Andy.
Buddy.
Okay,
Bye bye.
bye.
Hello, traders. Yeah. Does anybody know what happened to get that sudden move in uh, the banks and KRE? I didn't even look. I just assumed somebody was chattering. Oh man, sorry to hear. I had no dog in that fight, so I didn't care. But uh, good game. I actually I don't I really don't have anybody I'm really rooting for right. Oh, I'd love to see Florida Atlantic do well, and they beat Tennessee last night. It was a pretty impressive game uh, by them. I'd love to see a 9 seed win it all, but it's rarely happens. Yeah, so shorting is hard. I was short Google this morning. Luckily, I took some profits, but look at this mess I was in. It took out that low of that bar, first bar reversal in a while. Thought we may have some blood. Looked good for a minute, took some profits, and then bam, look at that, goes to highs, and now it's back down. It's pretty sloppy. And SQQQ, I did scalp those this morning pretty well. I just knew just to scalp, not take a stand in this crazy markets because you don't know who's gonna start chatting it up. Oh, nice DQ. I am in this DQ. Current positions is AI. And now AI I bought way back over here on this support level. Uh, I missed this KC. I talked about it in I was in it from here and then I sold it. It got up to this resistance. I sold it and I missed that move. It happens a lot. But I did buy this DQ because I liked the way it was setting up yesterday. Luckily, I didn't get out of anything today. Uh, Baba, I was in. I got stopped out yesterday. It doesn't matter. It's probably going to go here. I think it's probably where I got stopped out. Trying to think what else I have. I do have that Yum C I bought in the. I got stopped out of Amazon. The rest of my Amazon today. Stopped out of the. What else did I have? I got stopped out of. Anyway, just trying to let you guys know what I do. And I love buying stuff like this. It may not work, but it's if I'm going to take a chance in this kind of market, I'd rather catch stocks pulling back to moving averages. Now this is like I said, an ugly candle today, and I'll keep it tight if it breaks down. But if it doesn't hold this level right here, I'll probably get out. But hey, Mike C, how are you, buddy? What you been scalping today? Oh yes, Newmont. I'm in from. I bought on this pullback the other day. Now I sold like 3/4 of my position yesterday, and then I turned around. I'll do this a lot. I had a pretty good size, got a decent move yesterday, sold 3/4 of my position, and then what I did is once it took out highs today, I bought back another quarter. So anyway, I'm liking the way that's setting up really nicely there. Gold's been strong. It's been lagging. I'm not sure what's wrong with it, but this is one that I plan on holding unless we get some crazy move in gold. Not sure we're going to get a crazy downside move in gold with the money they're throwing around right now to keep these banks afloat. Gosh, this market's going to probably roll right back over. And it's really so, and that's why they say, guys, that bear markets wipe out bulls and bears. You get a position and a couple of good positions looking good going to the downside and working for you, then all of a sudden you get these stupid moves. Boy, Baidu's a strong one, that's for sure. Put a little alert in that in case I want to add some more down the road. This is probably the best China solar stocks, and solar has been holding up well. So if China does get a bounce, there's First Solar. I know Mike used to be a fan of ENPH, which has not been due. I'm not sure what is going on with this, but it's not looking good at all. So, but you can see I do have alert if it ever gets back above that 50-day moving average. I want to know about it. It's just see it's been bumping up against it. But this used to be a high flyer, but not doing so well. But one I'd love to catch on a reversal because it could have a good move. Look at these Qs right back down. Gosh dang it. I mean, you can't sit in that. Of course, I'm not short or long these things in my swing trading account. I'd like to get, but because I think if the banks continue to roll over in the spies and IWM, which I think at some point it may grab the Qs. But boy, they've been resilient. Oh, that elf on the shelf. That was a it was a nice little breakout there this morning. I was supposed to be watching that, but I think I forgot to set alert, and I was just thinking short today. Probably shouldn't do that, but wanted to show. Now I had Nvidia, got out of that way too soon. That's what I wanted Google to do this morning. I shorted that one in pre-market. I have to sell some more of this YUMC in my day trading account. Not doing like I thought. Let me take a look here. Yeah, it needs to hold this level. Shoot. Glad I took half off. Holding 21 shares for a very long term. There you go. Yeah, let me just put a stop in that last bit, basically. Sold halves and put a stop at a flat for the rest. That's pretty weak bounce there, UMC. YUMC. All right. It's a Friday, and it looks like we want to slop around in Doji today and see what happens. Take a look at some China on my China watcher, see what's doing well. This one's a very low float, so you can't really pay attention to this thing. Baidu, definitely one of the top performers. KC, very strong. DQ, nice day. BZ. Dang, I almost bought that the other day down here when it popped up out of this range. Yeah, I'll be stalking some of these China plays. If Futu gets above there, I want to know about it. CSIQ is actually a Canadian company, but they always have it in the China stocks. And look at this market, man. I tell you, that's just it chaps me so much. What happened to my China's? Did I close it out? There it is. Time. Set alert there on time. It's always good to do homework. China has definitely been showing some relative strength compared to our market, that's for sure. Baba just yeah, something's wrong with that thing. I almost faded it this morning, but didn't. Where's my Goog now? Yeah, just slopping around. So who no good? What's JD doing? Ooh, now if that gets above this level right here, SMH is definitely taking a big breather today. I should have been focusing more on them. They're the ones that had a huge move. GDX, you can't stop it. What's the dollar doing today? You guys are pretty quiet today. Must be the regional banks. I noticed last time I looked, Netflix was having a good day. Looks like it's getting tired though. Everybody's probably afraid to short this market though. Just I'm gonna ask Steve. Well, it looks like he's in a huddle right now. Excuse me 1 second. Got to go look at an account real quick. Oh yeah, I'm in IQ as well, and I'm probably gonna about to get stopped out of this one. Yep, close to getting stopped out of that. Another one I bought yesterday on that pullback, right in here, but I'm gonna keep it tight. Oh man, Newmont popping above that 49.03. Let's see, DQ. On the premium AI strategies window, is it me or does it show the ticker? Uh, is it me or does it show the ticker until I click on the line? Then it opens the chart above. Yeah, anywhere in our software, if you yeah, anywhere in our software, whether it's Brokerage Plus or any window, if you click on I don't know what you mean by line, but if you click on a symbol, which probably the same thing as a line, if I click on here like GDX, it's going to change it for me. So probably anywhere in that line that you click, it should, change the charts for you. Is that what you're asking? User error? You don't see the ticker on the ticker in the list. Uh, so are you talking about the AI strategies window? You need to be in the strategies trades, right? You need to be in so let me pull it up. Uh, let's see. You need to be in this one right here, the AI strategy trades. The strategy window is just going to show you the strategies. Okay, so if you want to click on the or see the symbols, you got to pull up the strategy trades window, and as long as you have it linked, right, it should, it'll. Let's look at the let's look at the strategy. See the strategy window, right? It's just going to show you all the strategies. Okay, so there's no real ticker in this. This is just strategies. So it's not. It just lets you know what the strategies are. So there's no ticker. There's no symbol. Okay, it's just strategies. So you want to make sure you pull up the strategy trades window. This is where you're going to see the ticker. Okay, good. Glad you got it. All right. What's Apple doing today? Nah, not a whole lot. Uh, it's kind of an ongoing process. We're still tinkering with it. Lousy trader. That I'm going to be honest with you. Uh, in this environment, okay, it had a lot better results. When you have a trending market, but boy, when you have a back and forth market like we have right now, with a lot of, actually, last year was the same way. Uh, Even though it was trending down, it's very, very, very sloppy trend. And really, if you take a look at like the spies going back to last year, let me do this right here. Let me. It was a trend, but it was a very, very difficult trend, and that's typical. What you get in bear markets. And it's just unlike a bull market where it's nice and smooth and you have consecutive days. It's very difficult when you get this kind of action for any you know strategies, not just the AI, any strategies to be successful. uh yeah. So anyway, we're always playing with it. I'd like to get some sort of swing trading AI that will allow us to take uh longer term positions. The reason I say that is because I've back tested thousands and thousands of times, and I can tell you right now, back testing for a swing trade is much more easier, and you get much better results than you do from a day trading uh, back test. So I know they're working on something over there. Michael, we're doing a lot of stuff with the ME, which may take, right now it's kind of taking precedence over uh, the AI. We're devoting a lot of time with that, especially since we got a lot of people that that have strategies that would love to see them, in a software where you can uh, easily find setups that for your strategy. TBIO taking off here. Yeah. You know, what I've I met with the dev a while back, and I wish we could add some more metrics, to the AI, and it's difficult to do, and I understand, but I wish it would be uh, more relative to what's going on in the markets. In other words, be able to look at sector analysis, to watch sector analysis, and for example, GDX has been really strong the last couple of weeks. All right, well, somehow incorporate that type of logic, into the AI. I think would be great, to find what sectors are doing good on any given day, and know the stocks, because I that's the way I traded forever. When I started day trading, I would watch sectors, and I'd find out which sector is strong. And GDX, I've been playing a lot of GDX lately, just because I know that sector has been really strong. And of course, a lot of your technology stocks, obviously semis, they've been strong as well. So I wish we could do that, but it's difficult to do a bunch of basically inside the AI. You'd be having to do a lot of comparison between sectors and S&P and Qs and things like that. But maybe someday. Shouldn't the little gauge on the right of a chart be opposite on short positions? Are you talking about when you click on an alert window like this multi strategies, and you're seeing the arrow? You talking? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure what you on the AI. You're talking about the AI, or let me see if we have any today. Let me pull up all positions. Yeah, you can see Holly. Holly was thinking the same thing I was, and crap came out and market popped, and same thing with drip. So you're saying, oh, in the long term, Holly AI window. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Gosh, you can tell I hadn't even been in there. What? There it is. And shouldn't, let's see. Joe is a short. Woo, I barely hung on, stayed alive in that Yum C on my second half of my position. Uh, on long term, Holly AI. Okay, so if you click on a chart, so click on Neo. Do I have to? Is it? You know what? It's wild. I'm sorry. I really hadn't even played around with this. All right. Should this be linked? Link to all. Why am I not? Why is it not changing for me? The charts. It should be symbol linking. Try doing it for green. Huh. I am on a brand new dev version that just came out today. So
Let me help you, Andy.
okay.
I think what he's talking about is that Neo is a short,
right?
okay, but the arrow is going up, okay. I think that's what he's talking about,
What
and
arrow or
so
what arrow are you referring to?
the blue arrow. So when you click on
Oh, I got you.
Neo,
Yeah. Okay.
okay, and so I think what he's saying is
Oh,
shouldn't
should
be
should go
shouldn't
down.
it
Yeah.
be like it is in the AI
Right.
on the so if
I
that were a
got you.
short in the AI, that would be a down arrow.
I
So
got you.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Okay, I
All
think
right.
so
Hey, is
anyway.
there is there is there a trick to linking these? Link to
No,
all?
I'm
I don't know.
linked.
I don't know
I'm
why
linked.
mine's not linking, huh?
Really.
Yeah.
I
I'm
just I
clicking,
clicked on
double
Neo
clicking.
and it's linked to the you mean the two charts in the Holly AI. It's not linked. When you click on Neo, it's not loading in the
Oh,
chart.
is it? What do you mean in the Holly AI? It's not linked
So
to my charts that shouldn't it be linked to my charts that I have in my
I'm sorry, long term. I'm sorry, long term chart. Oh, I see. You mean your own charts?
yeah.
No, because it's only going to link into the charts in the doc version. In the doc, it's only going to link into the charts in the doc version.
Okay. And we don't have charts pre-configured in here. You got to build them in here, basically.
Okay. You are somewhere else then because you have.
I'm
I
in.
clicked on long-term Holly.
Oh, I got long-term
Long-term.
strategy trades.
And so when I click on, let me just take over the, just for a second, you see what
Okay.
I'm looking at. See? So when I click on long-term Holly, here are the,
Wait, I don't see your screen. Oh, I got to stop sharing.
oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So can you see my screen now?
Nope.
No?
Oh, I guess I need to bring up the the page. Okay, now I can.
Okay. So when I click on long-term Holly, this is what I see. So I see the two charts, the
Ah,
two
you're
Neo
talking about
charts.
a channel. I got you. Okay, I just pulled up the window. I got you.
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
wasn't actually in the channel. Okay, got it. Got it, Barry.
okay.
All
And
right,
then I think
I
what he's
will.
talking about, you see that blue arrow?
Yes, yeah, it should
Okay,
be.
so
Yeah.
well, because it's a short in theory, but it's just like all the other arrows that we have. It's just
Uh huh.
showing where the alert happened, not the direction.
Okay,
Other than in an AI alert today, then if it's a short, the arrow will be down.
gotcha, gotcha. All
Okay.
right, Barry. All right, I'll
Okay.
take back over
Okay.
the presentation here. Thanks, buddy.
Hey,
Appreciate
no
that.
problem.
It's my Baidu trigger here, and I don't have the guts to short it. All right. Yeah, that was a nasty, nasty pullback, and I had a stop on my second half at 61.17, and I survived. Let's see if we can get back through this fast line here. All right, looks like KRE may be trying to make another move. Digging in. Newmont continues to be strong. Baba continues to stink. I'm tempted to give Boyle another another shot here. I did really well on this move right here, but it's held this low now, and maybe giving it a shot and using that as my low. But I'm going to be patient. Too much bottom fishing. Let's see. Look at the bottom right of the first window. It seems to say that we take profits. That's okay. Stay disciplined. I can pull up a docked window and see if that's in there. Docked window. No, I want docked channel bar. I don't want that. Docked channel bar and long-term Holly AI. And look at the bottom right of the first window. Okay, you're talking about the General Mills? The bottom right, I'm sorry, the toast. Toast, and I'm supposed to be seeing in there, it seems to say that we take profits at the 1775 level. Okay. AI. Okay, this is sell, so it's a short. And see, this thing's not even, these aren't linked either. Good Lord. Let me put it in here. You know what? You know what? Barry's probably, once you wait about another 10 minutes for Barry, he's probably going to know a lot more about this. Yeah. I'm sorry, buddy. I just, this is something I got my own style of swing trading, so it's not something that I really watch that often. But yeah, because I'm not seeing that to where we take profits and stuff. I don't know where it would be.
Yeah, Andy, I think I can answer that question.
Yeah. Okay.
What he's talking about is our smart stop and our profit target. Okay,
Okay. Gotcha.
so yeah, so I mean the smart stop, so that's generated by the system, and then it's just the target is just double the difference, of course, between the current price
Hmm.
and the smart stop. So if that was 50 cents away, if the smart stop was 50 cents away from the current price, then the target's going to be $1. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. And you know, I'm sure you will explain it the same way. If you were in that trade and it got up to that target area, and it was still working, you wouldn't exit the trade. It's just you know, if this trade is still working, you're not going to exit just because the system
Hmm.
is sort of saying, well, that is a target area. Okay.
Okay.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Why, Barry? Why does this say short down here in the toast? But they're giving a profit target to the upside. Am I missing something here?
Um, oh yeah, you're right. If this is a short, that should be reversed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be reversed. It should be a
Yeah.
dollar. Yeah, you're right. If that's what he's talking about,
I don't know if
more.
he's yeah, that's what he's talking about. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you would have mentioned profit target and smart loss, you were the verbiage you were using was confusing me a little bit. But yes, you're right. Stay disciplined. We need to let Dev know about that for sure. All right, Barry. I'm sorry, man. I keep pulling you away from your break, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Here I'm trying to eat a fig Newton.
A Fig Newton, huh?
A fig Newton. How's that for a throwback?
That is a I never cared for those for some reason. I guess
Oh,
I'm not a big fig guy.
they are sweet like anything. But anyway, I'll let you. What time is
All
it
right,
now?
man. Yeah, and
Another
take a
10
little more
minutes. Okay.
time. Yeah, take a little more
Okay.
time if you need it. All right, buddy.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right, let me see if I'm gonna do anything with this. Yeah, see, it's got above that level, so just need to push up toward that 62 level. I may take a little more profits there. Yep, we'll fake break down there and Baidu and pop right back up. All right, let's take a look at the market, which is basically just slopping around, and spies are holding up okay there. Right in no man's land, pinched between its 10 and its 20 moving average. Going to go into the weekend with a lot of people on edge, shorts and longs. Unless we get some crazy action on the in the afternoon, which we could. We could. Boy, Sally Mae not looking very healthy there. I did take another quarter of that EMC, and I'm just going to use this fast line if it breaks down below that for my last quarter. I got it in my swing too, so this is just my day trade account. If it breaks 50, I'm going to get out of my last bit of my day trade. SI getting a little pop. Man, been getting a pop all day. Must be the shorts just taking their profits.
SIS news,
Is it news?
Andy. Yeah.
What was the
Some
news?
crazy thing about let me see if I can grab it. I love how traders circulate. Traders circulate. Where is it now? Traders were circulating something about some company wanting to buy a piece of their business.
Oh, okay.
But for some reason, I can't see that headline right now. I would read it to you. I can't see the headline in Interactive Brokers, but that was the reason. Circulation of
Okay.
it's
Gotcha.
a rumor, just a rumor.
Yep. More than likely, it wouldn't go to the stockholders. Probably go
No.
to all the debt holders. It's probably a good short at some point, but if it got up to around $3, I'm not into speculating on these
Yeah.
on a Friday afternoon.
When there are better things to do, Silvergate might be going out of business. So why are shares blasting higher today? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Um, no, that's not the one. Anyway, there was a big thing about traders are circulating a rumor about some portion of the company being bought by some other company, and that was the reason. That's all
Gotcha.
it takes, Andy. That's
Yep.
you and I. What stock do you want to go up?
Be careful.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're in a room.
Somebody out there like, oh man, I was in a chat room and they're talking about front
Yeah, yeah.
runnings.
Yeah.
Well, what a nice breakout in this ELF today, Barry. Lee, that was a beautiful
ELF?
breakout there. Yeah.
ELF?
Yep. ELF on the shelf.
ELF. Elf, Elf Beauty. Yeah, yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding. No
Wish.
kidding.
Yeah.
This is an all-time high too.
Hmm.
Yeah, all-time high. That's a great breakout. Not on earnings either. There's not no specific reason for it, but just a strong stock. Yeah. Look at that
Yeah.
stock composite rating of 99.
Yeah. That's strong. That's probably, I would
Wow.
say that's probably the high. Actually, I think I got one up here. Let's see. Composite rating. There it is. Second on the list. What actually tied with REGN.
Mm-hmm.
Strong
Wow.
mamas.
And let's see, beauty. M- I'm just trying to look here. $90 from $82 price target now by Piper Sandler. So it's probably helping it a little bit. But yeah, that's a strong stock. I don't trade
Yes.
that price range.
Yeah.
It doesn't trade very much, but boy,
No,
that is
only
a
579,000. Yeah. What a
and
nice
it's a
trend.
pretty low float for a $78 stock,
Very
50
much so.
million in the float.
Yep.
So, but not a very high short float percent. So there's not a lot of, yeah, I mean
No.
that, which makes sense. Hmm. Are you in that?
No, no, I
Oh.
wish I had seen it. You know what? I saw it when I was doing my homework this morning, but I
Hmm.
decided I didn't want to put out my swing trade watch list on a Friday. But it's like CMG. People wonder, like, gosh, how does this thing trade up around $2,000? Well, look at the float. There's only 27 million in the float, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that's how you get there. That's how you get these
Exactly.
incredible prices. But I wish I'd have bought a little bit when this opened up around 35. That'd have been nice.
Yeah, hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight, exactly. It's like Tesla.
Well,
Tesla's
you
the
know
same way.
what? But you're right. I'm looking at a weekly chart and I see a nice little base right around, even like 37, 38 on the
Hmm.
weekly chart for Elf. And that was probably a couple of months. And then it had a nice move and then another little base around 56 and then another nice move. Yeah. I wonder
Let
why.
me take a look here. Weekly.
Yeah, take a look at the weekly
Oh
chart.
yeah. Oh yeah. You had a break right there above like that 35. Boom.
Hmm.
Another one there.
And then
Yep.
another
Boom.
base,
Boy. Yeah. Yeah.
lots of
That's strong.
opportunities to get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Look at that.
speaking
It,
about
it
getting
hasn't.
in,
Well, I take that back. During the pandemic, it looks. No, it wasn't a pandemic. I was going to say it hasn't closed below this 10-period moving average on the weekly, but I cannot say that because you had that one right there. But
yeah.
bounced right back. Wow, that's impressive.
Well, my friend, it is now 12:59 plus 30 seconds. So if you want, I'll let you go 30 seconds early.
That sounds good to me, Barry. I'm getting hungry.
Okay. All right.
All right, buddy. Have
Thanks
a
a
great
lot.
weekend.
You too, Andy.
And you guys do the same. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, guys, getting back into the rooms now. Okay, let me just get rid of my announcement. I see you guys talking about eSignal and TradingView and all that. Yeah, eSignal is pretty expensive. I used to have eSignal a long, long, long time ago. Yeah, and it's yeah, I mean but it was overkill for me. I didn't need it, but you know what? I mean, it's got its programming language and all of that. So I mean, if you're into that, great. But yeah, it was way, way overkill for me. TradingView, somebody mentioned about it. No, I don't know if we can call it. I mean, there's a web-based version, and then I'm going to call it the app. There is an app for TradingView. Well, let's see what's happening now. Yeah, Andy and I were talking about ELF. What a nice move for ELF. Excuse me, all-time high. And we're talking about looking at the weekly chart. This is back in, but not a year ago though. Say last summer, how it based. We're in around that 38 level, had a nice pop up to the 55 level, based again, and now it's just been on a run for the last 2 months. And that is ELF. Interesting. Yeah, that's what yeah, I wasn't sure about the correct. Yeah, it is a standalone app and not just web-based. Yeah. I think they introduced the app not that long ago, maybe a year, 2 years ago. Anyway, as you guys, if you can see my screen, there it is. There's my little TV. Briefing.com had a write-up on ELF, Ori. Okay. And Piper Sandler, I noticed, put a $90 price target on it. But it's, in a stock composite rating of 99, I mean, I'm not sure I don't know if we have any hundreds, but that's pretty strong. What that means is, our stock composite rating. So for those of you looking for strong stocks, if you use that filter, maybe put a minimum of 80 and just amass, maybe I put a top list together with, I actually have something like that. And those are just strong stocks. Doesn't mean that, when you see every stock that it's moving higher or that you should just take the trade immediately. But with that composite rating, it's a combination of technicals and fundamentals. So 100 being the absolute top. So ELF at 99 that's pretty good. Okay, let's take a look. How about FHN? What's FHN doing? That's a bank. So the banks are still pretty strong, guys. Yeah, we had the little pullback, big, big move just as I was going on my break. A little pullback, but nothing dramatic. So the regional banks have really had a good day. Yeah, I saw that when I was on my break for Beyond. I just couldn't. I had to actually step away from my computer this time. So now there's the VWAP. Yeah, 1624. There is the VWAP. So it's breaking down below the VWAP now. So just as a little sneak preview here, this is what I'm talking about. This is the anchored VWAP, that orange line. And you can see that it got up to 1690 and 1683. So that gives you a bit of an opportunity, to get into the trade using the anchored VWAP as opposed to waiting for the VWAP break all the way down here. I mean, it's not 100%, of course, but that's what we're talking about. Hmm. RBOT. It's got some room, guys. I mean, 230 is the next high. That was the high of yesterday. Had a big sell-off, and it's trying to come back, RBOT. But might be too extended now. Oh, this is actually an AI trade. However, AI wanted to short it. Wondering why we saw this risk and reward and all that. Well, nothing's not getting any too many new alerts, guys. Yeah, look at NASS. Sorry, NAAS showed up in the 10-day daily breakout at 579. Just really hasn't moved, and that's a low float too. 10 million in the float, but it really has not moved. AI is reversing also. Yep, I've always said this before. I find this an incredibly difficult one to day trade. Look, you might look at this 15-minute chart and go, well, yeah, but look, it went straight up. No, it didn't. Look at these bottoming tails, on the first 50. So that second 15-minute and the third 15-minute, you would have been, you've been wondering, well, what the heck? That dropped $1, that dropped $1. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, if you take fewer shares and wider stops, but I just find this AI very difficult to intraday trade anyway. Okay, Roblox. I didn't take the trade. I was very interested though in this little break here. And again, I'm just going to show you what it looks like. There is the lower anchored VWAP right there, and you see how it's just struggling to get really through. And now it looks like it may want to give it up. I probably get yelled at for showing this, but anyway, it's what I want our charts to look like eventually. The option anyway. All right, Manu on the move again, guys. More rumors. Manu on the move again. So there's a tweet earlier. Wow, 7.3 billion now. Wasn't it 5 billion? Oh, I see. That was 5 billion pounds. Okay. And the Glazers must be loving this. Hmm. Okay, guys, here's another potential short here. VSCO. The VWAP's at 3101, so that's a bit of a magnet, maybe. Looking at VSCO, potential short. Well, I think a couple of things, Denver. I mean, Trade Ideas can do the anchored. Okay, we do have the anchor, and a lot of us now are getting into this anchored VWAP. We've got the webinar coming up, etc. Okay, that's number one. The problem with the Trade Ideas charts is that when you put the anchor on, okay, I can put let's just do one. I'll put the anchor right here. So far, so good. That line right there, that is the anchored VWAP from that point up here. That's fine. Problem is, a moment. Problem is, I come back to it and it's gone. Okay. So, so I mean, obviously, I mean, if you thumbnailed the chart and then you didn't move it at all, fine. But I mean, if you want to, so that's one issue. Okay, that's probably the issue that I've got. But that has to be, I mean, they know about this. I mean, see, the HTML charts, which I'm not able to display yet, is supposedly going to be able to overcome a lot of the things that, like that as an example. The other thing is the ability to put a price alert on that. So if I wanted to put an alert on a break of that anchored VWAP, can't do it. And within TradingView you can. So I'm just why I'm really using, why I have this little subscription to TradingView right now is I want to get very, very used to using this anchored VWAP. And once our charts are able to do that the way I want to, fine. But I mean, we're promoting the heck out of this webinar on the 30th on anchored VWAP. So I want to know, I want to be very proficient with it. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch this VSCO. I like the fact that it's going a little bit higher, a potential short. I mean, your target, I should call it a target, but the VWAP is at 3102, okay? So right way down here. So the further this goes, and what's the high looking left? 3227, that's too bad. I wish I were a little closer. So I'm gonna let this thing run, see if it runs a little bit more, but I'm definitely interested in a short of this. I gotta do my video pretty soon. On what? I think I know what. Okay, guys, I have to do my video now, but do you keep an eye on that VSCO in case it just looks like it's starting, if it starts looking like it's topping out. All right, I will do my video right now. I was at 118, say about 129. Well, that's why Shady. That's why I am using the auto VWAP. And you're absolutely right. I mean, that's a big part of it is where to place it. But that's why I'm really experimenting with the auto VWAP. You know, and I'm going to see. So far, it's been giving me the looks that I like so far. But anyway, I'm going to do my video now. All right, guys. Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, how did that VSCO do? VSCO. Did it move? Really? Not yet. Good. Good, 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 good. This might give me an opportunity now. The webinars, okay, yeah, so it makes sense. 1 to 2 once the market's closed, 4 to 5 Eastern time. But again, it is, you'll get an email, and make it live. Even if you do make it live, you'll get an email of the webinar. Email. You get the webinar email to you. Hey guys, maybe NIR is making a bit of a stir here. Just looking at this little bit of a stir here. There's the view app, 1461. This was the new issue today. SPAC was an Inca yesterday, NIR this morning. Started trading in the pre-market, got all the way up to $21. I still have an alert set for the high of the day, not pre-market high, but the high of the market hours. This is starting to move, a little bit of volume coming in, very risky. I mean, that's a big move, guys. 1180 to 1350 in this 15-minute candle. And actually, if this were a 5, you could see yeah, it's gone from 12 to 14, $2 within 5 minutes. That is the big spread. It just tightened, just as you said that, and then it just widened. It was 14, 14.11. Now it's 13.50, 14.11. But Denver, it can happen. Again, this is absolutely not a recommendation for anybody to take this trade, but all traders are looking at right now is, wow, this went up to $22 in the pre-market. All right, guys, I took the short. I did take the short of the VSCO. Right in this area here. I'm just, I have an idea where I'm putting my stop. You don't have to follow me. I'm not asking anybody to follow me. This is just sort of I'm experimenting. Okay. I really, truly am experimenting. Okay, guys, let's see. A few more from Zach's bounce plays right now. Wow, look at HCP, HashiCorp. What do you do? No, it doesn't do what I thought. Okay. Okay, so HashiCorp, HCP. The next low is 26. Is that right? Well, this has got some room underneath. You got that, did you, Denver? Not very much volume, but boy, I mean, look at this low, this next low, $26. So what? Lots of shares available too. 1 million shares. So this, I'm actually looking at this one now. I haven't played too many bounces on this with this anchored VWAP. Okay, guys, I bounced myself out of the Vasco trade VSCO. Okay, I'm going to look at it maybe a little bit later. Oof, guys, what time is it? 1:34. Very slow day for me. Hmm. Vegas is starting to, okay, let's take a look at VGAS. Starting to bounce from the lows of the day. Oh boy, it's ugly though. I mean, there's the VWAP, 767. So yeah, I guess that's far enough away. But that's an ugly, not very much volume. I mean, it doesn't trade very much. 378,000, that's 8 times normal. So this does not trade very much. Hey, you know what had a little pop is having a little pop, guys? Is SQ. SQ. SQ is having a pop here. Right there. Starting to move a little. Oh, I have no idea if SI is going to rebound $2. I mean, if the rumors keep circulating, I guess anything is possible. But I don't know, Luis. I mean, it's not that far away from it, but this is all a rumor, just a rumor. It's always dangerous, when you play rumors, because all of a sudden, maybe the company comes out and says, you know what, there's nothing to this rumor. Or somebody else comes out, another group comes out and says, you know what, there's nothing to this rumor. The other thing to look at for SI is how much more room does it have before it hits that next high? I think it was 216. Yeah, 216. So what did it get to today? Got to 217. So I mean, literally almost to right to the penny basically of that high. So I mean, that could be it. Now, look, if a whole bunch of volume comes in, that's what makes the market fascinating, because nobody really knows. And if they say they do, well, run. Boy, look at SQ, guys. SQ on the move here. SQ on the move. So where could this go until it hits the next high on the, well, it's right there. 60.38, 61 is there, and then 61.61. And then in the pre-market, you've got 61.12. Boy, I mean, this takes out 61 in any sort of way. This could have a nice little run. Well, this is very interesting, guys. If it's taking this 61 out. And I'm talking about the SQ. Well, it's got to get back over 61 now. Just briefly, little blip below or SQ. I think if it takes out 61 again, maybe gets back up to like 61.10, I think it could have a bit of a run in it. 61.12 was a high right here. That was at 9:15. Banks, look at WAL. WAL has been, well, I think it's been a little bit better than the FRC. All right, we saw this one a lot earlier, and I discounted it for some reason. FRGT, FRGT. I think maybe I thought 2 might be very tough for it to get through. But let's see what's happening. 230 is the next high looking left. 234 and then 270. So if I can get through 230, I mean, it's got, I guess, the next high looking left is 270, and that is for FRGT. Hmm. All right, well, SQ, I'll have to put my, I am interested in actually taking this, but I'm going to have to put my alert up here, 6111, and see if it takes that out later on. I know it's out of the price range I normally trade, but Hey guys, I have to do something on off this monitor, so I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm watching that VSCO again. Hmm. Arcus, RCUS. Take a look at RCUS from Real. Relax, whatever you want to be called now. You're always going to be real. Hmm. I'm breaking through that channel. I'm sure that's what you're talking about. Coming into 1780. 1780 looks like the next high looking left. So it's getting close. It got close. 1762. Kaboom. Okay. The alert is set. It's right there. I mean, it's right there. 1743, 1744. It is right there. Well, where's the V? Well, the VWAP's 1689, so that could be a bit of a magnet also. Reversal to the VWAP. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 10 minutes or so. What time is it? 1:53. Say, should be back by about 2:05. On the mic. I have to take a break to do something here. All right, guys, SQ getting interesting. And then a little pullback below 61, and now it's right back up into that 61 area. And I think if it takes out this, there's a high right there, is 61.12. Well, ARCA sort of triggered. I didn't take the trade, and then it just reversed. Oh, look at that. Wow, talk about a reverse. And I was really looking at getting back into that. I didn't Victoria's Secret VSCO, but it moved too higher. So we're getting a bit of a market surge here. And the regional banks are still strong. Boy, that ruckus just took off. The US just absolutely took off. Now, for me, it's getting to the top of a channel on a 5 minute. For me, may not be for you. Real. Looking at a 15. Let's see, it's way above 15. 5. Come on, SQ, get going. I really like to take this trade because I think obviously if it gets over 61, well, it's back down below. Well, maybe third time lucky on the SQ if it gets over 61. Maybe it needs to be over that 61 for the third time, and then it'll start to move. Look at the regional banks, guys. These regional banks are very impressive so far. We only have 2 hours left in the market, and so far, very impressive. All right, guys, what is it? Two now. I think I'm going to wrap up around 3 today. Okay, a little bit early, instead of 3:20. I'm going to wrap up around, yeah, 3. Oh, I would agree, William. Nobody wants to own the regional banks going into the weekend. I would absolutely agree. This is just intraday trade. No question, though, that as an intraday trade today, even just KRE, but I haven't seen FRE really rump. So there must be some of the other ones are starting to move better. I don't know. Well, GME, got to hand it to it. It had a good day. I mean, it had that big pop early on in the day, probably based on that little article that came out. Well, then it just gave it up. I mean, it just said no, and now it's come right back up. The memers will not let this go. Hi. What's the SPY doing? Is it basically mimicking? Yeah, the SPY and mimicking KRE to a certain extent. Well, that was a nice bounce for PHG. I know we would somebody asked me earlier what was the reason for this big drop. Couldn't really find something specific, and then we saw this pop, and you know what? It looks more than it is. It's another 10 cents from here, so it's not as big as I thought. That's for the PHG. That's even a red bar Nord for VSCO. Red bar Nord on the 15-minute chart. 32.27 is the next high looking left. I mean, all right, guys. Well, listen, it's 2:15. I just may put myself on mute for a little bit longer here. If you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic. Guys, we got a little excitement right here for this GBNH. It just got halted, and it got halted, it resumed, and it's halted again, and it's completed a private placement. Low float, 10 million. Canadian company in that brutally cold climate of Canada. Yeah, where's it going to open? 116. No real clue here. This could be an interesting one right at the very end. 180 looks like 180 is the big resistance area. That's the word I wanted. Big resistance area for GBNH. No clue really where it's going to open. It's halted at 115, 116, 116. So that was probably the US side of Niagara Falls. It's always beautiful on the Canadian side. Well, this will be interesting to see where this is going to open. So it got halted at 221, right at 221. So we'll see if this is going to be like the last time. It was a 5-minute halt, right on. I mean, 216 to 221. So if it's another 5-minute halt, it'll open at 226. I'll get rid of that message. I might as well stick around for a while now just to see what happens with this one. Come on, Todd. Where's your spirit of adventure? Time is it right now? 225. So in about 40 seconds, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, let's take a look to see where it could open. Still 116, 116. So I doubt very much it's going to open there. Yeah, the first halt was good. Second one, you never know. Second one could be good, but if it gets halted again, that could be it. Oh, it might be 15 seconds now before they open. 3, 2, 1, boom. Well, a little anticlimactic. It did not open, so it might be a 10-minute halt. Oh, it resumed, so it was a little bit late. Okay, it did resume 16 seconds later than I would have expected. So now it broke down. All right, here is where I may take it. And this is absolutely not a recommendation to do this. Well, that's why I couldn't get it. It was halted. No, it might be a good thing I didn't get it. I was trying to get it. You know, the only time I play these is if the stock it got halted at 116. Okay, got halted at 116. Where's that? And then when it opened, it actually opened below 116 and it came back over 116. And that's the only time I will sometimes take it. And I was trying to get it right at 121. I couldn't get the fill, and now I understand why. So it might be a great thing because it got halted. Oh, look at Manu now. Did you take that short, William, off Zach's toppers? Well, that was a good one. I mean, that was a couple of alert 24.73, 24.91. And it got up here, and then when it got back down to 25, look out below. Wow, that was a $1.50 drop. It's almost as if we are just kidding that. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's a report, all these things. These are reports. All right, guys, I think I'll put myself back on mute. But again, if you have any questions, just ask away. There's that SQ trying again to get over 61. Maybe the third time. I think for I think on SQ, it really will have to take out that last high too, right up here. Well, it's thin now. You're absolutely right. 22,000 shares. My goodness. Announces U.S. FDA approval. So this is a in the Netherlands. Okay, is this because of tax break? That doesn't look well. Maybe it is a Netherlands company. Oh yeah, okay, maybe. All right, GBNH, open for business again. And now it's halted on the way down. So that's it. That's about it for GBNH. Okay, I will be on mute now. Okay, guys, SQ, one more shot over 61. Will it hold 61 this time? Okay, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up now. I got a little greedy on the SQ. I made a little bit, but I was really hoping it would tack on at least to get up to the 62 level. Um, I was saying I would take this over that 1820 level. I took it. It got all the way up to a 57. Looked like it was going to just start keep ripping, and then it stopped. So made a little bit on it, but not nowhere near what I thought I could do or thought it could do. So, guys, I think I'll wrap this up right now and have a great weekend. Thanks for all the help this week. Let me just get my script together. Okay, so I will open the room, the main room at 8 o'clock. No later than 8 o'clock. I get on the mic, of course, at 9. Whoops, wrong. There we go. Close room. Okay, so I'll open the room at 8 o'clock. Get on the mic at 9. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you then. And now, YouTubers, same to you. Have a great weekend.